Hey everyone, I'm Phantom King and welcome to the channel. Today I'm going to be continuing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And it's been a while, of course, since I first started the game. But here I am now and I've pretty much beaten the game just besides defeating Ganondorf himself. And before I do that, I'm going to kind of just recap my experience with the game so far and kind of look through where I've been and everything. And so I did make, of course, a lot of captures along the way. If we go way back to the beginning, I did stream the beginning of the game just to get that first experience when we first see Ganondorf into the castle and everything. And of course, first come down from the sky. And one of the first things that I did end up doing once we got down to the land is I ended up in the underground for better part of my first little play session. And I met Master Koga, found out that he went down there. Of course, he fell in the hole in Breath of the Wild, so it makes sense that he did end up in the depths instead of actually like dying or something. But of course, back then we didn't know that there was an underground place like this. And soon I made my way to the first stable. And something interesting with Tears of the Kingdom that they did is once you go to a stable, you actually are able to keep your same horses that you had from Breath of the Wild. So I had like the giant horse, and my Epona that I got from the Twilight Princess Link amiibo. And you can still get Epona from the amiibo in this game, the same Twilight Princess one, I believe. But I didn't have to scan everything again for that. You do get it right away, though. There's no kind of RNG to that as soon as you scan the Twilight Princess one. And of course, I ran into um, Colton, the brother of Hilton or Milton? Hilton, yeah. I met his brother Colton, and he's looking for the bubble frogs and their gems because he wants to become Satori, is the Satori mountain creature that kind of, I guess, is the leader of those loopies and everything, and the bubble frogs, I guess. And I started to make my way through the underground, finding different treasures and everything. Of course, exploring the skies. And I did start, one of the first things I started doing was to gather the tears, which we find out, uh, spoiler alert for anybody that may have ran into this video. I am, as you could probably tell from the title, I am going to be playing through the ending of the game. So, of course, massive spoiler alert for that. And I am about to pretty much dive into the entire game right now and kind of my experience with it so far. Kind of looking through my captures to see the journey that I've had. And so, yeah, if you don't want to see any of the story or anything like that, uh, please don't continue watching this because I'm going to discuss everything like that. But I did start going for the tears of the dragon, and if you've played the game, if you've seen what happens, um, I guess I'll kind of save that for a little bit later as we kind of dive into what happens. But that kind of gives us the memories, similar to the memories we've seen in Breath of the Wild. And that kind of shows us what happened after Zelda's disappearance. And she did seem to time travel somehow into the past, the ancient past, to the first kingdom of Hyrule with the first king and queen. And I will go over those cutscenes. I'll rewatch those cutscenes in chronological order, because you don't necessarily get them chronologically. And I did just want to re-experience that in chronological order before I go into the grand finale, because that is the majority of the cutscenes outside of like the dungeons and the modern day experiences with the four different regions, like the champions and everything. But I did make my way, of course, around. I met the new character Toro, who resides in the Kakariko village. He's actually from Laurelin village, as I heard in one of his conversations. But he's part of the research team, the leader of the Zonai survey team, and he kind of surveys the ancient ruins and everything. Kind of helps you look into those things. And I pretty much made my way around the whole map in the underground and everything before I did any of the dungeons. So by the time I got to the first dungeon, I pretty much had like full hearts and everything like that, which is funny because for the first like while in the beginning of the game, I ended up in the depths and I kind of was exploring a good chunk of the depths with nothing but 3 to 4 hearts. So that was pretty interesting, especially when I ran into a Lionel in the pitch black darkness, surrounded by stone armor, so I couldn't even damage him at all. And one of the first things that I did was run into a dungeon by accident, because there are 4 main dungeons in the game, but there is actually a 5th one, which you're technically supposed to discover after the first 4, because there are story elements that kind of direct you to the 5th dungeon afterwards. But I actually ran into it when I went to the Farron region. I was exploring and I saw the storm cloud in the sky, which clearly, based on the map, led to some kind of sky islands within the storm cloud. So I explored that, and as you can see, I found the Dragon Head Island. And lo and behold, there is a shrine there, of course, but there is something else as well. And so there was this giant door, which I had found, and it looked like the door at the Temple of Time in the sky, if you've seen the beginning of the game. And once I went through this door, we saw like a whole cutscene and everything, with this mysterious mask and mysterious voice that accompanied it and told you to follow the light down to the earth and take the mask and put it into this
Chosen
little
protector.
temple.
Take this.
And what that happened to be is Raru's sister, Raru being the first king of Hyrule who Zelda met as she traveled into the past. It happened to be Raru's sister, Minoru, whose spirit lives on in the present day, and we end up going to the Spirit Temple, out of all things. So that was a good surprise in my adventure. We had to assemble a construct body for the spirit of Minoru, which she would then inhabit. And then we kind of went through this small dungeon. It wasn't that much of a dungeon. The dungeon was pretty much assembling this body of a construct, and then traveling across the depths a little bit into the actual spirit temple itself, where we fought a construct that was possessed by Ganondorf, or the Gloom, or his malice, or whatever you want to call it. And so we had that boss fight here.
But the glow. It must be under the control of something monstrous.
And what we had to do was knock it into the perimeter of the match, the little ring match that we had here. So I'll just damage him until he gets destroyed. And of course, that awarded me with my, I don't know if it was my first heart container, but a heart container. And then you see the Aegis stone in the background, which will be explained in
You
the
have built.
memories that we get to from the tears that you'll find along the way. Of course, I also ran into Impa, who seems like you're supposed to run into her first because she kind of explains the whole geoglyph thing. Because once you start going around the map, you'll notice these Nazca line looking things, which are geoglyphs. And if you look at them from high up or far away in the distance, you'll see they create some kind of image that kind of indicates something from the past. And also next to that area, if you'll go a little bit farther towards Hebra, we run into Hestu. And of course, Hestu helps us to expand our inventory, which is very useful. Uh, kind of makes the Korok seeds a little bit useful when you're finding them across the journey. that you'll be having. So, of course, I was wearing the Korok mask for the better part of the entire game, just so I don't miss any of those Korok seeds. And at the end of it, I had just over 400 right now, like 421, I think, seeds, and I was able to max out my inventory with that. Uh, Pretty much just barely maxing out the inventory. But I saved the shields for last because you don't really need any shields once you get the Hylian shield. It is pretty near indestructible. Not completely indestructible, but it'll take a very long time for you to damage that to the point where you'll need to replace it or get a new Hylian shield or anything like that. And so after all those things, after I did the Spirit Temple, I completed the Spirit Temple, I did find that this game, of course, one of the unique things in this game is that if you played Breath of the Wild, you might know that if you scan the Wolflink amiibo, you'll get kind of a Wolflink companion that'll follow you around. It runs out of its own little health bar that it has, and it'll help you fight enemies and find items like kind of like the dogs do in the game, and it acts as a little companion, like a little sidekick. That is not available in this game, even if you scan the Wolflink amiibo. I believe it behaves exactly the same as the Twilight Princess Link amiibo, so it might actually give you Epona. I'm not exactly sure on that since I haven't tried it myself, and I already had Epona as well. But instead of that companion, in the main game, they do allow you to have a companion basically for each of the champions, for each of the sages as they'll become in this game. And Minoru here with the construct body becomes the sage of spirit, or rather, she is the sage of spirit who survived using her spirit powers, I guess. Um, it's kind of explained in some of the cutscenes later, but she puts her spirit, I guess, into the Hirapad, which Zelda shows her, and Hirapad survives through the years of thousands of years, all the way until Link receives it in the present day. And from that, I guess her spirit survived and was able to guide Link to this place to give her a new body. And after that, I was able to use Minoru as a sidekick basically the entire time on my journey. So, good thing, really good thing I found her early on because she's especially helpful in the depths, which is where you find her, of course, because she acts as sort of a vehicle where she'll let you ride on top of her back and you'll be able to, ride her around on top of the gloom areas without having to create your own vehicles, which do despawn after a certain amount of time. But of course, Minoru doesn't have any despawn, she doesn't have any health or anything like that, so you either summon her or dismiss her at your own will, and they stay with you for the entire time that you want them to. And they'll also help to attack enemies. You can fuse weapons to both of her hands, which is pretty cool. And soon after that, I made my way to Lurelin Village, which I heard from one of the NPCs that was taken over by
Hi.
pirate monsters. So we kind of went to save the village there,
Mama.
and I think this is basically the end of that little side
Oh,
quest, where we defeat all the monsters and save the people of the village and everything like that. And from there, you start to rebuild everything. Uh, I also found the Great Fairies, which are in different locations now than in Breath of the Wild. They're kind of closer to central Hyrule, so they're a bit easier to find. And they have a whole little side quest to unlock each of them, which is related to the band here. So I did end up finding the different people in the bands. I'm not sure if I had found some earlier, probably did. Um, But you'll have the little side quests where you'll find each of the missing members of the band, and they end up playing the Epona song or the stables music uh, in its entirety, and they'll be at every stable once you collect them all and kind of do this whole side quest, which unlocks each of the four fairies, which is very important for upgrading your armor to up to 4 levels and everything like that. Of course, I did end up finding lots of armor pieces along the way, I made sure to get the climbing gear, of course, to climb things easier. And like I said, I'll kind of get through memory, the memory cutscenes just a bit. But once you find all the memory cutscenes, they kind of guide you directly to where the Master Sword is, which is what I was trying to do in the very beginning. Besides all the other things I was doing, I was trying to find out what happened to the Master Sword. So I made my way over to the Korok Forest first of all, see if the sword was still there. Of course, it was not. Um, but you did have to save the Deku Tree from gloom that was kind of underneath in him, kind of like in Ocarina of Time when you have to defeat the whole Goma thing in the dungeon. But there was no dungeon. It was the Gloom Hands, which is a new enemy, which you'll find in gloom filled areas. They can spawn randomly, but mainly any places that you'll find. I mean, I don't think they spawn randomly. I think if you find places with gloom in the area, which is the malice from Breath of the Wild, it'll damage you if you touch it. They'll sometimes spawn in those gloom areas with a lot of it. And then once you defeat them, you'll find a Phantom Ganondorf. I know I've captured that moment. I'm not sure where it was. Oh, in here. Yeah, I didn't record a clip, but this was the first time that I had defeated one of the Gloom Hands, and to my surprise, a Phantom Ganon came out, and he's pretty strong. But I was able to defeat him, and he drops special Gloom weapon that only he has, uh, and also Dark Clumps, which you can use to make food that has Gloom resistance. And so, yeah, I eventually found my way to the Master Sword. Once you go through all the memories, you find out that the Dragon of Light that you'll find, which is a new dragon, a fifth dragon, or fourth dragon rather, than the General Feroce and Nadra that we saw in the first game. I also visited Terrytown. This is when I first skydove, I think, into Terrytown for the first time, which is still lively and going, and Hudson has his own little construction business. But once I found all of the tears, or have the memories, you come to find that Zelda had somehow transformed herself into a dragon and had been holding on to the Master Sword for basically thousands and thousands of years because the dragons are supposed to be immortal. So they'll live forever and everything. And that's where I found the Master Sword. So if you were wondering, this is how you get the Master Sword. And so that was after I found the final memory, the final tier. And then I quickly made my way up to the sky, which I had already claimed one of the shrines up there. So I was able to fast travel up to the shrine where she still remains in the same spot and glide down to her. And I think after you get this final memory in this area in Akala, this is probably the lowest that she will ever travel, uh, as far as I found. So this is probably the easiest moment that you can get the Master Sword. And luckily, I did have enough stamina. I had 2 circles of stamina here, because, to my surprise, you don't need hearts, but you need stamina in order to claim the Master Sword. I guess because he has to hold on to her as she kind of flies around in the sky. But I had just barely made it, so if you have 2 circles of stamina, that will be enough to claim the Master Sword. And I just barely made it there at the end, but we were able to remove the Master Sword from, I guess, Zelda's head, as we find her to be this light dragon, which is why light dragon's element is light, of course, because Zelda has light magic from the powerful Triforce and the blood of Goddess Hylia, of course. And then we get a whole other little cutscene where we claim the Master Sword and everything. I don't remember if Zelda speaks here at all, but it is kind of renewed and refreshed and fully reformed. So yeah, there's no kind of moment where you get the Master Sword back and it's damaged. As soon as you get the Master Sword again, it's completely restored. And to our surprise, it doesn't have that kind of green look to it at all that we see in the logo of the game. It has this yellow kind of glow that shows you the restored part. But after that, you'll see that it just looks like the normal Master Sword. But of course, in this game, you can fuse weapons and other items to the Master Sword to make it stronger. It still does have a base stat of 30 attack, which I think is exactly the same as Breath of the Wild. But of course, you can raise it to way above that, giving it, I think, one of the strongest items is the Silver Lionel Horn Saber, which gives it 55 extra attack, bringing it to, I guess, 85, which is typically what I do when I need to bring on a lot of damage against a big boss enemy and things like that. I made sure to gather a bunch of Lionel Saber horns in preparation for the final battle, and I already fused one to my Master Sword currently. But continuing along here through my journey, if I can get back to where I was, because I accidentally backed out of here. Yeah, that's where we claimed the Master Sword.
To destroying the Demon
And
King.
she did have a little cutscene here with Zelda speaking.
Defeated her before, but a long
I'm
slumber
not
will
sure if this
heal his
cutscene is
grievous wounds.
rewatchable in the game menus along with the
And when
memories.
you two next face the Demon King, you will have my strength to help you through her. King, the key to destroy. You are our final hope. I pray.
I don't remember that. For
This
some
sword
reason, it almost
reaches
seems
you
like
in the future.
Did she refer to the Master Sword as she? Because we didn't really see any hints of Fi yet in this game. At the end of Breath of the Wild, Zelda mentions hearing a voice within the sword, which is kind of a reference to Skyward Sword's Fi, who resided in the Master Sword originally during its creation, which you saw in that game. But here's the little description. The corruption was healed by its time with the Light Dragon. Blade gleams with a sacred luster that can oppose the Demon King. And then I found the horse god, Melania, who can actually upgrade your horse stats. I don't think you were able to do that in Breath of the Wild, as far as I remember. But you can actually, besides Epona and some of the special horses, I think, you can upgrade a standard horse's stats to like 5 stars. I think up to 5 stars. I haven't actually done it myself because I haven't used the horses very much in this game. But that's useful if you like the horseback riding and everything, increase their speed and stamina and everything like that. I then went around collecting parts from the elemental dragons. And we did meet like I said, the Deku Tree once I had saved him and brought the Master Sword to see him with the Master Sword.
Princess
Kind of got
Zelda of
the
Hyrule,
cutscene here, I
and
guess.
Link, keeper of the Master Sword.
I don't remember if this cutscene is rewatchable either.
Newell.
Itself, no matter.
Bathed in sacred power, the stronger that.
I think that was after Breath of the Wild. They left the sword there to kind of heal itself a little bit again, before Link ultimately took it back. And then I went to explore the castle, with no reason other than to find the Hylian shield, which is kind of in a similar spot. It's not in the dungeon like it was in Breath of the Wild, but it's in the docks area. And you'll find it by lighting these two giant torches or braziers, I guess. And of course, I did some more exploring, gathering light orbs from the shrines, upgrading my health and stamina and everything, exploring the depths. I did get to all of it. I did receive all of the light orbs from the shrines, and I did complete the depths light routes as well. And of course, I went to the four corners of the world and started completing the dungeons. And the first of the corners of the world I went to was Hebra, or yeah, I think the Hebra region, right? Into the Rito village. And we met Tulin, who's a little bit older and a little bit bigger this time. Oddly enough, I don't
If we
think
don't
Teba
do
had
anything,
any speaking
the
lines.
village. Huh? Huh?
Like, it
Is
was
that
basically
you?
just Tulin speaking. A lot of the champions didn't speak a lot,
It
besides
is
these few
you!
little cutscenes, the
Link!
introductory cutscenes that we saw of them. And then Teba, his father, didn't really have any speaking lines in this game, even though I
If we
believe his
don't do
voice actor
anything,
plays the
the village.
ancient sage
Huh?
that is their ancestor.
Huh? Is that you? It is you! Link!
And we find that Teba is the new elder of the Rito village, which is why Tulin is now the new champion, basically. And we did find out that his power is, unlike Rivali's Gale,
Oh!
it's kind of a forward force of a wind current, which is very useful in the game, though. One of the most useful traversal abilities. Well, it's the only traversal ability among the sages, I believe. It's very useful for getting to farther distances when gliding and things like that, jumping across a chasm and such. But the wind temple was pretty cool. We had to go up into the blizzard cloud in the sky, way up in the sky, and find. Actually, I found the wind temple by myself while I was exploring the sky way before this. So it was kind of funny that I had to go up there all over again because you can't activate the fast travel point without Tulin, and you do have to run into some cutscenes as you go up the sky, so I can't teleport to the shrine that happens to be outside of it. But the boss here was pretty cool. It was an ice-based boss, of course. Makes sense due to the fact that there's a blizzard here. You find that there's the ice beast Colgera, which is the largest of the bosses in this game, other than maybe one of Ganondorf's forms. I don't know. Has a large form. I'm assuming he has some kind of transformation or something. But this is the largest boss I've found so far, especially among the four main bosses in the temples. And he was actually pretty easy to beat. You just have to kind of keep shooting at his eye with gliding and things like that. It was pretty cool though. Of course, with Conan to help us out. His ability of traversing the sky and getting into a good position to aim at. You can see I have a maximum number of bright ones here. It was pretty cool though. It had like a teleportation ability where it went through some portals and tried to escape from us. But after you defeat each of the bosses, you get into cutscene with the ancestors that are the sages in this game,
Ew.
who are the
You're the
sages
one
that
who's been
Zelda met
guiding
with
us?
as she traveled back in time. The original champions,
Yes,
I guess you
I
could
am
call
your
them.
ancestor
But they
from a
were known as
time long
sages
ago.
because of the secret stones that they
I
possess,
proudly served Hyrule's
that
first
they
king.
got from Rauru,
I
which
was a regal
amplifies their
warrior and a
abilities.
sage who fight nothing less.
And each of them tells you
Ew.
about the imprisoning
You're
war
the one who's been
that you
guiding
find
us?
out about along the along your journey, and also through the memories of that you recover from the tears. And so you actually do receive the sage's help along the way, the same way that I had Minoru as a companion. You get the vow of each of the sages, and they become additional companions. And to my complete surprise, I thought they were going to make me dismiss Minoru and only summon like one sage at a time, but they actually allow you to use all of the sages all at once at all times. So you're able to summon all of them once you receive them all, like as you receive them. And yeah, once I had him out with Minoru the whole time. So and I had two companions to explore with, along with his wind ability to help me travel farther in the air. And then next I went to the Death Mountain in the Elden region, the Goron village, where we meet Yunobo, who's kind of acting strange. He's wearing a weird mask, and turns out that the weird mask was making him act all kind of evil and try to oppose everyone, try to attack Link at one point. As you'll see here, we had a small boss fight with Yunobo, where we try to break his mask and free him from whatever dark magic has kind of taken him over. And as we go through the game, you find that Zelda, or someone pretending to be Zelda, has been causing all of the havoc across Hyrule ever since she disappeared. And everybody thinks that it's actually her, but of course, as I suspected my whole time through playing the game, that was, of course, some kind of deception created by Ganondorf himself. And if you go through the memories from the tears, you kind of figure this out as well, because he did do the same thing all the way in the past, where he made kind of a fake Zelda to trick people. But this was pretty interesting. I had to fight Yunobo, kind of save him from himself.
She gave me this fancy mask to wear around. After that, oh, jeez. It's no use. I can't remember anything that happened after that.
And right after we kind of got him back, we went to check out Death Mountain
There
and
she
see what the
is!
heck is happening, because he
Princess!
said he saw Zelda go up
Princess
there.
Zelda! We need to talk!
And we kind of faced the first boss, which is kind of a fake out, but it was pretty cool. Before you even get to the Fire Temple, you find this Maragia, which I guess is kind of it must be a reference to Volvagia, who was from Ocarina of Time, the boss in Death Mountain. But that was pretty cool because during this boss fight, we receive a glider with fans attached to it, and we find out that Yunobo can actually use his ability, which is a fire charge attack ability, and he'll attach himself to in front of any vehicle that you create, like kind of like his own cannon, which was pretty cool in this little boss fight here. We were able to fly this thing and use him to attack the boss. A pretty cool sequence. And from there, you're able to dive into the chasm at the top of Death Mountain into the volcano, and you go into the lava area, which is in the depths itself. So this is the second temple that I found in the depths. And I actually did notice it there before as I explored the depths, but I didn't go near it because I knew that it was probably the fire temple because it was a big, mysterious structure down there. And of course, knowing where it was located under Death Mountain, you could tell that was probably the temple for the region, just because, of course, the temple would have to be in Death Mountain. And all of the dungeons had similar kind of mechanics to them. You have to activate 4 or 5 different switches, which will open a gate, as you see here. There's 5 points on the gate we had to unlock. But they were each pretty cool in their own right. Definitely a million times better than the divine beasts that we explored in the Breath of the Wild. And the boss, the actual boss for this fire temple, was we found to be marbled Goma, who has the marbled rock that the Gorons were eating. And yeah, it's a better form of Goma that we got to see again, which is a pretty cool reference in Tears of the Kingdom. Cool to bring back Goma as a boss. And of course, classic Goma. He appears from the sky, or the ceiling rather. The eyeball is one classic introduction there. And you have to use his ability to crush the legs, and then kind of jump up on his back and destroy the eyeball. Kind of similar to the stone taluses. And then, yeah, every time you beat one of the bosses, you get a heart container, and the champions get their Sage's stones from their ancestors, which turns them into the new sages of
You
their
know
respective
who
elements.
Was this whole
served the first king of Hyrule as a mighty warrior and as a sage
And
who,
you'll
like
probably
you,
notice that
could
the
command
sages here
fire.
are played by the voices of the champions from Breath of the Wild, but they are they are different characters, so they're not the champions themselves, but the very very ancient ancestors of those races. And soon after that, I made my way to the Zora's Domain, where we met Yona, who is Prince Sidon's fiance, I guess, at this point in the story. And she tells you that Sidon is trying to help the Zora's Domain. And what happens in the Zora's Domain is that there's sludge falling from the sky. So it's kind of tempering with the water, kind of polluting the water, and also affecting the Zora because it can damage them and hurt them, kind of like the gloom does, I guess. But it'll get into their gills, they said, and kind of make them sick. So we had to help them out here and clear that out. Of course, we met Sidon. As we get the Zora armor here, we were able to, of course, climb up the waterfalls, just like we used to in Breath of the Wild. Oddly enough, though, you're not able to get the rest of the Zora armor until after you finish the water dungeon. But you don't really need it because you don't end up actually swimming a lot in the water dungeon. It happens to be in the sky. You could probably tell once you unlock the map that there's a giant water fish looking structure in the sky, and that's where the water temple is.
It's good to see you, my friend.
And so we get reunited with Sidon, of course, and oddly enough, I thought Yunobo was going to have Daruk's protection still, because I had thought that Daruk's protection was his ability as his descendant, but he never uses that ability anymore in this game for whatever reason. I could have sworn in Breath of the Wild that was his power as well, not just something that he was using from the spirit of Daruk or anything like that. So I did find it kind of strange that he didn't seem to use Daruk's protection anymore. Sidon, of course, was different. He never had like Mifa's healing abilities, but Yunobo specifically had inherited Daruk's ability, the protection, from what I can remember. Breath of the Wild, unless I'm remembering wrong there. But he doesn't use that. He uses a fire charge attack ability, and Sidon actually has the ability to create a shield in this game. So rather than Yunobo, Sidon becomes the defender. He kind of creates a water bubble around you when you activate his ability. And then it also acts as an offensive ability because you can use it, send out a wave of water to attack enemies as well. So it is pretty cool. It's kind of a dual use there. The shield itself, you have to like run up to his avatar, which is what you receive after you defeat the dungeons. You'll notice here, that was a King Gliok. Funny enough, I ran into a King Gliok for the first time in the underground in the depths, and I didn't even know that was a thing. But while I have the clip here, you'll notice that yes, there is a King Gliok in addition to the three elementals. This is a combination of all three. As you can see, the three heads there have each of the lightning, fire, and ice. And yeah, there are multiple King Gleoks that you'll find in the sky mostly. So that's pretty cool. They're a pretty tough enemy, but once you have upgraded abilities and weapons and everything, they're not that hard to beat as long as you have arrows. Because the most important part is that all Gleoks will do the same thing. They'll fly up in the air once you damage them about halfway or so, and they'll stay up there and keep raining down elemental um, meteorites and things at you, or thunderbolts or whatever, depending on the element. And there will be no way to beat them if you don't have arrows to shoot them in the head and kind of knock them down. But anyway, back to a side on here with the water temple. We did have to do a few side quests, unlock the path to the water temple. You had to kind of shoot this thing. This sequence was pretty cool. You had to shoot this arrow with the king's scales, his father's scales that he gives to you, and that will unlock our first way sort of into the water temple, which is a whirlpool down there. Or not a whirlpool, Sidon creates the whirlpool, but we get kind of like a beam of light down there, which is something that we have to activate in a cave that's under the water, which Sidon helps us to get to. But soon after we do that, we run into another kind of fake out boss here, similar to the one that we saw in Death Mountain, which is the sludge like, made up of the sludge stuff that we saw taking over the Zone domain. And so that's some of the things as we're talking about the next. And you'll notice, yes, it is a sludge like. There are likes in this game, if you didn't know, of the various elements as well. They have the elemental variations of fire, ice, and lightning. And this was kind of a cool, unique version that had sludge as sort of a like sludge version, which was created, of course, by the boss of the water temple. But here you see Sidon's power of water, which is a pretty cool ability. He created this whirlpool to help us out and get into a cave into the water, which had something that we needed to activate to get up into the sky, up into this sky island. I'm sure you could probably travel here on your own using vehicles and things like that. But actually, this island was the last one that I visited just because I had gone everywhere else basically on the map at this point in the game, except for the Water Temple's Sky Island. Because the Water Temple is actually in this larger Sky Island that kind of houses the temple itself. The Water Temple is very small. I feel like the temple itself is kind of like the outer journey into that temple. Um, course, there are puzzles that you'll have to solve in the temple itself, but it is kind of the smallest one. Well, all of the temples are pretty small. They kind of live up to their name, I guess, of being temples. They're not so much like a big sprawling dungeon, much as a kind of a larger structure that you have to activate a few switches in. But up in that up in that area with the Sky Islands, where the Water Temple is located, uh, there is a shrine. I'm not sure if there's two shrines, but there's definitely one shrine. That happened to be my last shrine. And what happens when you get the last shrine is they'll give you this message that you've got the final light of blessing. They tell you to go back to the Temple of Time in the sky. And I'm about to show you the the item that you get as a reward for completing all of the shrines in this game. In Tears of the Kingdom, you actually get the Tunic of the Wild as well, but not from doing all the shrines like in the first game. You'll find the Tunic of the Wild in the depths, along with some of the other tunics that you normally would receive from amiibos. You can still receive all of the outfits from the amiibos, the same ones from the first game, but you'll also find them in chests in the depths, including the Tunic of the Wild from the first game. But the reward for beating all the shrines in this game is the Ancient Heroes aspect, which is a pretty unique outfit. It actually is three armor pieces attached together. So it does take up your hat, your tunic, and your pants all in one thing, so you can't combine it with any other outfit pieces or anything like that. But it is pretty cool. It does have base stat of 12 overall, so it is equivalent to all of the armors that have a base stat of 4, and it does go all the way up to I forgot what it was exactly. Is it 48 or 58? I believe it might be 58. I forgot what the final version is, but in terms of the defense stat, but it has the same defense stat as the maxed out Tunic of the Wild. So I kept using the Tunic of the Wild just because I like that outfit more, but as you'll see right here, this is the outfit that you get from the Ancient Heroes aspect. Yeah, so it does seem like the ancient Zonai warrior that we see depicted probably in the tapestry, where you see the green guy with the red hair that some people said might be Ganondorf or a version of Ganondorf in the past that was a hero or something. But no, it turns out there was a red-haired Zonai warrior hero, as the lore of this item kind of discusses. And yeah, he basically looks like Raru, kind of. And it is pretty funny. Oh, it's actually 84, as you see here, the maximum stat. And yeah, after I got that, I went back to the water temple, which we did have to swim up another waterfall in the sky in order to get to. A pretty cool little entrance here. And you see the boss is shooting out the sludge that's raining down on the Zora's domain. So of course we had to get rid of that. The boss that we get here is
The domain is.
you'll see it's this Muktarok, which is kind of like a squid enemy, and he actually starts using like a Splatoon move. If you know the other Nintendo game Splatoon with the squidlings, he starts going into the sludge and diving in and out of it, kind of as a traversal thing to kind of hide you. But yeah, pretty simple. You have to shoot him with water to get rid of the sludge, or use silent ability to help get rid of the sludge.
Get ready. Let's go, Link.
And as you can see here, I have the other sages fighting alongside me. It is pretty funny when you have a bunch of sages with you. It feels pretty OP because they will help you. They will do a decent job of attacking. They're not super aggressive, but you know they get a good few hits in. And you can upgrade their attack stat once each by finding sages' wheels. So yeah, I defeated that. You can see here with our final arrow strike. It was annoying waiting for Sidon's ability to recharge, so I just ended up using water arrows.
Evil, the demon king.
And we see the Zora lady who was, I guess, his ancestor.
My secret stone.
That stone,
And it is so live the imprisoning war and the destiny of our people. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
And each of the sages has a cutscene showing Zelda telling them about the future and telling them that they should try to help Link if they can, which is what they decide to do by kind of finding the champions as the new sages and passing along sort of their will and their information to them, along with their sage's stone.
Lend him your power. He will war.
I'll do all I can, just as my ancestor did.
Yeah, so all these sequences were pretty cool when they received their sage's stone, or secret stone, to become a sage.
As my
And it is pretty cool when you get each of the sages. It kind of gives you a ring added to your Zonai hand. So it does give this cool like ring effect, kind of like the Makluan rings. If you've ever seen the Mandarin from Marvel Comics.
Oh.
And we were able to save everyone from the sludge raining from the sky, of course. And let's see, after that, I was able to find out that if you go to the Spring of Power, Wisdom, and Courage in this game, they'll actually give you a side quest, a whole cool little side quest where you repair the giant statue in the Forgotten Temple. Because I did visit the Forgotten Temple very early on in my adventure, and you'll find that it's kind of toppled over, but behind it is a secret Zonai room that you'll see in one of the memories as well. And it shows you the location of all of the geoglyphs in the game. So I used that to find the remaining geoglyphs. I actually found most of them on my own as I journeyed throughout the world. They are very noticeable. Like you could probably find them on your own as you explore as well. Because you'll just see the giant Nazca lines kind of glowing, especially if you're in the sky. You'll definitely notice them as you unlock the map through the sky view towers, which are the towers in this game, rather than the Sheikah towers. They are man-made towers by the people of Hyrule, kind of to help them survey the land and create little bases where you can, get a good grip on area. And here I am, messing around with the ancient hero armor. This is Link's house that you get near Terry Town, and I put my picture on the wall. You can put a picture that you take with the pad on your wall if you have a certain room. And I put the tapestry in that picture, kind of showing you that the tapestry does have a green person with the sword and red hair. I'm going with the theory that this is the hero that's depicted there. And then finally, of course, I went to the Gerudo Desert to check on Riju and Uliara and all the Gerudo people. In this game, there is no female Link outfit. There's no Desert Vi outfit for you to disguise yourself in because you'll find that the Gerudo town is actually completely destroyed by a sandstorm, and there in this game there's no Redeads per se, but there's Gibdos, which are another enemy that we saw. I believe in Majora's Mask might have been one of the first times. I'm not sure if any game had Gibdos before that, but they are versions of Redeads in that game. I believe that game has both Gibdos and Redeads. So when I saw that there were Gibdo items in the game that they wanted you to get at some point, I figured there would be Redeads and Gibdos, but no. In this game, it's just Gibdos, and the Gibdos are basically Redeads. They're not very mummy-like in this one. In the other games that I've seen, they're typically mummy-like, having like a mummy's wrappings and things. But in this game, they look like basically Redeads, but they do evolve into flying Redeads called Moth Redeads, and that does play into where they come from in this game and the boss that's in the Lightning Temple. But as you can see here, I kind of used the Sheik outfit and the Sheik mask that I found in the depths, sort of to emulate that feeling of having to use a disguise to get into the town. But you don't need it because Riju actually allows you to be in the town. And you can speak with all the different Gerudo, and they won't kick you out or anything. They'll just make kind of remarks about, oh, you're not supposed to be here, and things like that. And we met Boliara. And then, of course, we met Riju, who was training out in the desert to use her new lightning ability.
Won't do anyone any good.
It is pretty cool. She uses two scimitars
An unusual.
as her weapons. And I do like her ability as kind of like her ability the most. Kind of like, just like Urbosa's Fury, it's kind of an OP lightning ability. It's not the same as Urbosa's Fury, but it is kind of a more targeted version. She kind of charges up an area, and you'll have to shoot an arrow once she's charged up to let loose a lightning bolt, basically, in that area. And it does do a lot of damage. It'll instantly kill any of the Redeads, which is kind of the little gimmick in this area.
Able to get here. Now that this gives us a
And she
major
helps us to defeat a wave of Gibdo. And they actually appear from hives that you'll notice in the desert. There's these weird sand tower looking things that do appear out of the ground. And they are known as Gibdo hives. And you'll need to use Riju's ability to shoot lightning at it and kind of destroy them. There was this other little face-off of another Gibdo storm. And that yellow aura is when Riju charges, so once she charges like that, you can shoot anywhere in that area, and it'll cause a lightning strike, which is pretty cool. And it can be used to destroy boulders as well, in place of bombs, if you want to save on bombs. Similar thing with Yunobo's ability, but her ability is a little more accurate, since you just shoot an arrow to the spot. Versus Yunobo, who can be thrown off by a little pebble in the middle of the ground. He'll bounce off into the air. Funny enough. And yeah, the Gerudo Desert Temple, the Lightning Temple, was actually my favorite of all the four temples. I liked the Lightning one a lot. The whole desert vibe with the whole Gibdo thing was pretty cool. The Gibdos are pretty cool enemies in this game, though. They're not that hard to get around. You just have to hit them with like an element, fruit or anything like that, or reduce lightning ability, and they'll reveal a skeleton underneath, which you can then easily kill. But here, they tell you about Riju's power of lightning, which at this point we've already kind of used. But you'll use it to activate this little beacon thing or switch thing, which will be inside the temple as well. But this reveals the lightning temple, of course, in the middle of the desert, in the very back part where you kind of used to find one of the great fairies in Breath of the Wild. And I had a feeling it might be either in an underground, not in the depths itself, but underground cave or something like that. And turned out to be that it just appears in the middle of the desert. It just rises up out of the ground. So that was a pretty cool reveal. You see in this clip here. And also, here's another boss that just comes right out. In order to open the Lightning Temple, you have to reveal this boss, which is the Queen Gibdo. So, if you've seen the Moth Gibdos in their evolution, this kind of makes sense because the fact that there's also Gibdo hives, for it to be like a giant bug moth looking thing, is pretty cool and pretty unique enemy. I don't think we've ever seen a Gibdo um, made in this way or things like that. They've typically just been like zombie enemies. In this one, it's like a zombie giant bug thing that spawns them, which is pretty cool and unique. Although not the first dark moth type enemy that we've seen. Kind of reminds me of the moth enemies from the Wind Waker.
Look, it's stirring up the sand trap. It must be responsible for all this. Come on, let's take it down together.
And as you could imagine, similar to the Death Mountain area, this is kind of like a first half boss. But in this case, it's not a fake out. It is the actual boss, but it runs away to the top of the temple, and from there you'll have to go through the dungeon and kind of get to the top. But I did like this one in particular because it felt more dungeon-like. It had about 7 floors, I believe, and it wasn't like huge overall, but it felt more dungeon-like just because you had to go through a few rooms just to actually officially get to the activation point, where you actually activate the fast travel for the dungeon itself instead of having it kind of in the beginning. So you kind of had to do a bunch of work, a bunch more work, I feel like, to get into this dungeon than the rest of them. Not that you didn't have to do anything to get the other dungeons, but I don't know, I just like this whole vibe more, being like a whole pyramid type thing in the desert. And that was funny. Riju kind of got stuck in the little middle area over there. Had to get her to come here to activate the final switch.
All right, we've charged all of the batteries with lightning. That should wake up the mechanism in the center. Let's go, Link.
And here's where we ran into the second boss fight.
Are you okay? Now's our chance! Attack!
And once again, you have all the sages at this point, so it's pretty cool having this boss fight with like 5 sages attacking with you. And those are the Gibdo hives.
Yiptos, don't let them surround you! Are you okay?
Yeah, so that was pretty cool and felt like one of the tougher bosses just because it was hard to kind of stun them. There is a way that you have to hit them when their skeletons revealed in order for you to stun them. But for some reason, it felt more difficult than the other bosses to kind of get it to that point.
The Gerudo on our destined path. The Gerudo was clear at that moment. All I can
And of course, we get a dialogue from the sage, from the Gerudos.
You have saved Gerudo.
Destiny to fight by your side. Chief, and fighting side by side with you? Sounds like fun. I will gladly strike down the so-called Demon King. Destiny to fight. Witness this new power I possess.
And so that's the sage's abilities. They create these avatars that you can carry along with you on your journey. And of course, the sandstorm cleared out once we defeated the Gibdo Queen. And you find out also through the course of the side quests and everything when you go to Terry Town, Hudson does have a Gerudo daughter with the lady that he married, since she is a Gerudo, of course, and she does have his hair, kind of, the whole mushroom-shaped hair. You'll find her in the Gerudo Desert after a little side quest with them, where she goes on her own little journey to grow up in the Gerudo town, as their tradition follows. And then I did a bunch of side quests in each of those regions once I completed the respective temples. I also did find all of the caves with all of the bubble gems, and found out what happens to Colton once you give him all of the bubble gems. He does give you a fabric for the glider. But it was pretty interesting to see what happens here. Oop. As you see here, he turns into a Bloopy instead of a Satori like he wanted. But close enough, I guess. And then he just poofs off into the distance. And then we have to tell Kilton that his brother sort of poofed off and got what he wanted, I guess. But here is one of the coolest parts so far. Once we receive all of the help from the sages, we go back to the lookout landing where our journey began. And it turns out that they can see Zelda standing in the castle. Of course, it's a fake Zelda, as we probably could guess this whole time. And we get a little Blood Moon cutscene.
Huh? Isn't that... Link, look at this! Quickly! Highness. Huh?
And then she kind of disappears into the distance. But this is the point where you're supposed to go into the castle. And Pura asks us to check it out, of course.
Link.
And then you start hearing Zelda
Link.
speaking to us.
Link. Come to me. I am waiting.
And of course, it does sound pretty creepy,
Waiting
even though
for
it's her
you.
voice. Because, of course, it's a fake Zelda. As we see here, everywhere we go, we follow her throughout the castle. And on our way, she disappears and a bunch of monsters appear in her place. And this happens repeatedly on our journey through the castle. This one's pretty nice. Like Gibdo just appears from her place. A bunch of Gibdos. And then she even goes to her own room. And eventually going up to the throne room.
I have been waiting for you to arrive. Now, Link, there is something here I want to show you.
This part is one of the coolest parts in the game so far that I've seen. It's a whole little boss sequence here.
At last. I have been waiting for you to arrive. Now, Link, there is something here I want to show you. Hyrule Castle, perfect and glorious. Does it awaken memories? Memories of our time here? Well, really take in every detail. After all, this place will be the last thing you ever see.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, oh, snap. Stuff is about to go down.
The fabled swordsman who endured my corruption, who has persisted in slaughtering my servants. Interesting. How is it that you survived my attack? It must have been that wretched arm.
And this is definitely the scariest version of Ganondorf we've seen, even more so than the Calamity Ganon was. And here we fight a bunch of Phantom Ganons. I fought a couple before, so I wasn't that surprised, of course. But this whole boss battle, in terms of there just being a bunch of Phantom Ganons, it was pretty incredible. And the fact that you have the 5 sages with you at this point, or at least I did. Some people might only have 4 sages. You're only required to have 4 of the sages at this point, but since I found the 5th one first, I happen to have all 5. which was pretty cool because it turned this into like a 5-on-5 match.
She made it so easy to mislead you, to keep you occupied. But such an indirect approach is more than I needed. End this hero's life, my dark servant. Cut him down.
And so you see here, I was making use of all of their abilities. Keep in mind, it is possible to get here without even the Master Sword. So it becomes a little bit easier with the Master Sword just because, of course, it gets more powerful around Ganondorf. It gets that glow to it. Yeah, it was a pretty intense battle.
It seems there is more to you than the power Rauru has gifted. But not much more.
Link, we are here.
And so yeah, that was pretty cool because the champions themselves actually appeared in person. But it was funny because they had been fighting alongside me the whole time with their avatars.
Just what is this thing?
You do not recognize me. Perhaps there are limits to the knowledge the secret stones impart. You stand before Ganondorf. The foolish actions of your ancestors served only to delay my ascension. Allow me to show you the world that was and will be again when I have been restored.
And I'm assuming we're gonna have to face him in his full power. Because of course so far we've seen him in this kind of deteriorated form. But this is him showing us a vision of his full.
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule with the power I have granted. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
Funny enough, I think that was the part that was played in the trailers.
You cannot hope to escape your fate. My power will sweep across this land. You need but await the inevitable end.
And of course, this is the first game in general that we're hearing Ganondorf actually speak. So that was pretty cool, this whole sequence. Especially of course, this Phantom Ganon, or not Phantom Ganon, but the deteriorated Ganon. He sounds more terrifying than the original Ganondorf that we see in the cutscenes when he's in his full form.
Warned about? It all really happened?
This is dire. The Demon King, the man who nearly destroyed the world. Ganondorf. With his return,
Everyone's in danger.
Oh, this isn't good. If that really was him, oh, we're in real trouble.
Hold on. He must not be at his full strength. Otherwise, why flee instead of finishing us off? Warned about? We should return to Lookout Landing and decide what to do next. Link, you should come too.
And to my surprise, we also got another heart container.
We should return
So
to
at this point, I had full hearts, and I had to trade in my heart container for a stamina vessel, and then come back here and collect that heart container because, who doesn't want more stamina, of course. So that was pretty nice. And then we see the sages or champions back at the lookout landing. And here they discuss kind of what they're gonna do about Ganondorf and everything. At this point, this is pretty much my final part of the game before the final boss. But at this point, I think it was funny because it seemed like they wanted you to get Minoru after this point, because she'll tell you about like, oh, there's a fifth sage or something. Because they all know about the imprisoning war. Each of the sages told each of the heroes here about the imprisoning war and showed them visions. And of course, they noticed that there were more than four sages. So they said, shouldn't there be another one besides Zelda herself, of course, and Raru? There should have been a fifth one. And that kind of directs you to where you would find the fifth sage. Of course, I happened upon it kind of in the beginning of my adventure. So that was pretty funny when we get to this point. You said there were 6 sages. And time was Zelda.
Wow.
So they figure out that, oh, there was supposed to be another one. And here's the little funny cutscene that I got because I had already gotten the Master Sword and Minoru, the Spirit Sage, and so they kind of had this reaction where they were like, "What? You already found her, Minoru, the Sage of Spirit,
Huh?
and you have the Master Sword already. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" I mean, I don't know how they didn't see it on my back. I had it the whole time. Didn't you say the Master Sword disappeared? I don't know what else to say except well done. It is amazing that even trapped in the past like she was, Zelda still had a plan. Everything she did was to heal and strengthen the Master Sword, which will be critical to defeating the Demon King. So Princess Zelda was in the distant past all alone doing everything she could to help us. And I'd fathom the sheer strength of will that must have taken. And then Pura tells us that with everything in order, all that's left to do now is defeat the Demon King. And whenever I'm ready, I'll come to them and prepare for the final battle. And so that's kind of where I am up to right now. And you'll see here, the 5th Sage quest popped up, but then quickly got completed because I already did it. And Pura kind of discusses where Ganondorf is because he wasn't in the castle, of course, like he was last time. But of course, as you could probably tell, he's under the castle. And if you've gone everywhere else in the game, you'll know that he is down there. Funny story though, when I originally explored the castle earlier on in the game, I did go all the way into the depths below the castle, and I did find um, a wall that we see in the beginning of the game. I must have skipped over it by accident, but I did go down there originally, back to where we started in the game, where we saw the mural of the imprisoning war. Yeah, see here? I went down into the chasm itself, just to check it out and see what was down there. Of course, I found a bunch of powerful silver enemies. And I did have to fight Gloom Hands with the Phantom Ganons too. And this is actually where I originally ran into my first Gibdo as well, because there are Gibdos down here. And at this point, I was using the Fierce Deity armor, because I didn't have the champion, the Unit of the Wild yet. But here you can see I didn't know how to defeat them yet, but I noticed they had like rock armor, so I tried to use the heavy weapons. And eventually I went to the Fire Sword, which did burn them. And that's how I kind of figured out about that. And that's where I found the Hylian Shield, like I mentioned. Oh yeah, also the Champion's Leathers are in the throne room. If you read Zelda's diary, which is in Link's, which is in the underground next to Link's previous house in Hateno Village, that he used to have in Breath of the Wild that we built with Bolson. That was Zelda's house apparently now, and there's a well behind the house that leads to a secret room with her diary that tells you that she hid the Champion's Leathers in the throne room, which is how you find that. And yeah, so I went down here in the depths while I was looking for the Hylian Shield. Of course, I ended up in the completely wrong area, and this is basically where you go to beat the final boss. So I quickly got out of there since I was not prepared for that yet. But yeah, as I am currently in this position, I'm about to go back down into back down into the Hyrule Castle chasm, where I will defeat Ganondorf once and for all, supposedly. Um, but Kara kind of had that speculation where she was like, "Okay, I guess he's probably down there because where else would he be? In the depths." And she suggests to go to Joshua for help. But I completed the entire depths thing and the whole Koga quest line because he's down there as well. And she's like, "Oh, okay, you already did that already." So this whole sequence is pretty funny because I already did everything at this point. And she's like, "Oh, you just did everything already, okay." So the Demon King is in the deepest reaches of the depths, far beneath Hyrule Castle. As usual, you're one step ahead of me, Link, and you look so calm and collected. He navigated the depths, which were incredibly dangerous and home to all sorts of nasty creatures, not to mention all the gloom down there. Must have been a very challenging investigation, and yet you did it. Thanks, Link. Joshua turned out to be pretty capable. Kid is working tirelessly to gather information she wanted to be of use to you. I'll let all the sages know right away when you head to face the Demon King. You're not alone in this. Princess Zelda's final wish. Please hit the Demon King right in the face for me. That's what she said. Me. And now we're on our way to defeat Ganondorf. And actually, before I did that, I went back to complete the side quest, which was meant to be where we find Minoru, the fifth sage, which is this whole sequence where we get rid of the storm clouds on the Faron region, because that was the only region we didn't kind of save from the whatever is going on over there. because there was a storm cloud, so there was an unusual amount of thunderstorms over there. And we go through this whole thing where we have to go up into the ring that we were not allowed to go in before to take a picture. And we were trying to take a picture of the little tablet that's in there, and it tells them about the fifth sage. And so it directs us to go to the Farron region, where we find this little temple, kind of where the Spring of Courage is, around that area. And we end up getting the charged shirts, which is one of the dragon kind of outfits. There's an outfit for each of the three elemental dragons, and this is the Farosh outfit. I started wearing the ancient hero's outfit here just for fun. But of course, we had to change into the charged outfit, looking like a little Farosh here. And we had to bring the item, the charged, the Zonai charge, to one of the places in the Farron region, where we get this little cutscene of the thunder kind of dissipating in the skies. Yeah, and that was meant to be where you find Minoru once you clear that and go up there, but I went in there completely blind and happened to run up to Minoru's quest earlier on. And so that was actually my final quest before going to defeat Ganon here. And I will show you here, I think I actually took a picture in the pro pad itself. When I originally went into the castle depths, I did find that there were parts of the mural from the beginning of the game that Zelda took pictures of. This is what Zelda took pictures of in the very beginning. Oops. Kind of telling of the imprisoning war and what happened with King Rauru and Queen Sonia. But as you see on the right side there, to the right of Link, there was boulders blocking the way. And what that was blocking was what I found here, the rest of it, showing that he became the Demon King by getting a Sage's Stone for himself. As we'll see when I go into the memories and rewatch those chronologically, because you kind of do receive them in non-chronological order. But this tells you basically what the memories show you, which is Zelda found the Master Sword, which somehow traveled back in time with her shortly after Link woke up and went through the Temple of Time. And she took the Master Sword and ate one of the Sage's Stones and turned it to a dragon. As we'll see in the memories when I get to rewatching those cutscenes right before I go into this final battle. But yeah, it seems like this was always destined to happen, because if that wasn't blocked here, I'm sure we would have seen that this was always there. So I don't know if that's some kind of paradox or something, because this kind of seems like it was always there. Even though she didn't yet go into the past and do all this. So that's pretty interesting in terms of the timeline. The timeline itself also confuses me because it doesn't really make any sense that he goes back to the first King of Hyrule, because Ganondorf is already there and he already becomes a threat. That doesn't make any sense if you remember Ocarina of Time is the first game where Ganondorf became a threat. And that was not the first kingdom of Hyrule. That was not with King Rauru, because by then Rauru was a Sage of Light, and he was not the original Rauru. I'm sure if this goes into that timeline, he was named after the original Rauru. But that's a discussion for another time, I guess, and after we see the ending of the game, maybe. But for now, I'm going to take a quick break before I come back and travel back into the castle depths to defeat Ganondorf once and for all. Right. Now that I've told you about my epic adventure, I was going to take one last look at the memory cutscenes. Because I've never watched them in chronological order, and now that I have all of the memories here, I thought it would be pretty nice before we go to defeat Ganondorf to take a look at Zelda's journey to remind us of where she's been, since I've kind of went over my journey as a Link. And so we start here with the Deku Tree, kind of before we went down into the depths for the first time, in the beginning of the game. So this is where Link recovers the Master Sword in the Lost Woods after it's been restored, following Breath of the Wild, I guess. And then Zelda is astonished to learn from the Deku Tree that the Master Sword will become even stronger when flooded with sacred power, which I guess is where she got the idea to use her own sacred power to help restore the sword over the years.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, Keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
Great Deku Tree. Thank you so much.
Ha ha ha. There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger. The Master Sword.
And speaking of the sword and the goddess, I forgot to mention when I did the side quest to restore the Forgotten Temple giant goddess statue. Once you complete that side quest and you restore the statue to its standing position, you do get the actual goddess sword from Skyward Sword, which you used to only get from the amiibo from Skyward Sword. And that is an interesting little thing. Also, I do have the goddess sword displayed in Link's house. And this is going back to the beginning of the game when Zelda and Link first traveled into
What
the
is
depths
that?
under the castle. Yeah, that was scary when we lost that prince and beating everything.
Link!
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
And so I didn't notice originally that he did get Raru's sacred stone, which is why she was able to time travel into the past, because apparently she has power over time, for whatever reason. Probably because she's the descendant of the time sage of that original time, as we find out through these memories as well. Since she is, of course, a descendant of the royal family, and Rauru and Queen Sonia were of the first royal family of Hyrule. And of course, Raru's ghost, I guess, was the one who saved Link and gave him the arm.
What? Oh, dear.
Where am I?
We didn't mean to startle you. I'm sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
And could we ask what your name is?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the king?
My name is Rauru. King Rauru of Hyrule.
King Rauru and Queen Sonia? But that must mean...
And obviously, she quickly realized what happened to her.
As I thought. This is not the world I know. A time so far back in the past, it's become legend. So it's true. This is really the era of Hyrule's founding?
Your presence here is just as strange to us, Zelda. But if you, like Sonia, have a secret stone and are able to manipulate time, then your story makes sense.
Oh? I believed her right away. You needed the secret stone as proof, Rauru? I can feel your light power within her, as well as my time power. Additionally, I sense that we share a blood connection.
I see. In any case, Zelda, you had said that you needed to return to your era as soon as you possibly could.
Yes. In my time, something terrible is happening. I need to get back there. But how do I do that? I don't even know how I got here in the first place.
Now, Zelda dear. You don't need to solve your problems all at once. Why not come back with us to the castle, hmm?
No,
We'll tell everyone that you're a distant relative of ours. It is true, after all. We'll get you fresh clothes, too. I'm sure an answer will come to you. Wisdom takes time.
I don't know what to say.
I wonder. Minoru, she may have some idea of how to get you back to your era.
Minoru, you said?
Yes. She knows far more than anyone about our people. And like us, my older sister has a secret stone. We'll call on her.
And so that's when she learned that she is possibly the descendant of these people, being the royal family, of course. And here we meet Aurora's sister, Minoru.
It is quite an interesting device. This is definitely not from this era. That said, I believe there may be a way to get the travel functionality working here. I'd like to tinker with it a bit. Would it be okay if I borrow it?
Yes, whatever you need. I really appreciate your help.
Then I'll hold on to it.
So you really believe my story? That I came from the future?
I never doubted you for a moment.
Minoru, do you know of a way we could help to return Zelda back to her time?
I suspect it was the power of your secret stone that allowed you to travel through time. To put it simply, secret stones amplify the power their owners possess. I am able to separate my spirit from my body. Rauru can repel or destroy evil with his power of light. And Sonia, she can control time. As for you, I can sense both light and time powers. But your secret stone seems to amplify your time power.
Time power.
Ultimately, the secret stone only amplifies your power. It doesn't suddenly grant you mastery and control. That's still up to you. That means, if you don't already know how to get yourself home... There are stories about the secret stones and a forbidden act called draconification. To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Interesting. Another way to reach the future, though not a very quick one. So you think these stories could hint at a solution to our dilemma?
Yes. But there is still more to those tales. To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. That is why it is forbidden. I thought maybe this could lead to a solution, some way to transcend time. But if you have to sacrifice your heart and mind, sacrifice what makes you you. I'm sorry. I wish I could help more.
Back where we started. There's still hope. I think the answer to this problem lies in study and learning more about the nature of your power. I'm sure Sonia would be happy to help you.
Okay.
And that's where Zelda must have gotten her first idea of turning into a dragon, because she ultimately couldn't figure out how to use her powers to get herself back to the present day. But it was her own power that allowed her to travel into the past with the help of the Secret Stone. It is interesting, though, that she does have both Rauru and Sonia's powers. And here's where we first see Ganondorf in his original
Hyrule
form.
will bow down before me.
It's more than we thought! It's a swarm!
There are so many of them. But why would they...
blast wiped out all the Molduga! How is that possible?
was pretty crazy.
So brute force will not be enough. The secret stone of the Zonai. How interesting.
You could see the wheel turning in his head, trying to get one of those stones for himself, so he can have more power. But that was pretty cool though, seeing what Rauru can do with his light power. He really said none shall pass. And here we see that Ganondorf kneels before the king and pledges fealty, while concealing a smile that says otherwise. And Zelda, of course, is suspicious of this. As they all do.
Allow me to offer you my deepest apologies. On behalf of the Gerudo, for taking so long to accept your repeated invitations. It is our desire to be accepted into the protective embrace of your kingdom. To serve it faithfully.
A welcome appeal, Ganondorf. I will accept your vow of fealty to the kingdom of Hyrule. I understand that a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years. Receiving such an appeal from you, a hero to his people and a king by birth, well, it is truly reassuring.
It is my honor. When your Zonai ancestors first descended upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. And now you rule as king, and have taken a Hyrulean woman as your wife. Your Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage. Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai no longer grace this world with their presence. All except you and your sister, that is.
Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come. Your actions today are appreciated, Ganondorf. I look forward to your future endeavors. You may leave.
Your Majesty.
King Rauru, I believe that man's heart holds many dark ambitions. Just his name, even that, it gives me pause.
I am well aware of his evil nature. For that reason, and others, I want him close. It will be easier to keep an eye on him. There is nothing to worry about.
Okay.
And so that's where Ganondorf, you can see, is clearly plotting to take one of the stones. And here we see Zelda spend some more time with Sonia. And there you see the recall ability that Link uses.
Are you well? You seem a bit distracted.
I apologize. I keep getting lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I can return home. With your power over time, if I were able to learn that kind of control, I might be one step closer to my era.
I see. The secret is to think of it like drawing out the object's memory. You ask the object where it was, how it arrived where it is now, and then you coax it back to that original moment in time.
The object's memory.
I'm sure it will become almost like second nature, and you will be able to find your way home. But Zelda, there is more on your mind than just that.
Huh?
You, of course, do want to get back to your time. But you also desperately want to help us out in this era. Am I close to the truth?
How did you know?
I do not believe it is possible to keep anything secret from Sonia.
Oh, your concern is very sweet, Zelda. But listen, you can focus your attention on returning home. After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil. Both of these powers will help you protect your own era.
Queen Sonia!
And of course, you must make it home safe to put Link's mind at ease.
Link? That is not a name I have heard.
He is a royal knight. He had been originally appointed for my protection. But later, he became a hero by saving both me and Hyrule from a great evil.
Oh, a hero is he?
He is so very dedicated, and he refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong. And his heart is good and true.
Ah, I can see that you have absolute faith in him. Hearing you speak so highly of Link, I find myself wanting to meet him as well.
Indeed. I would also like to meet him. He must be quite the brave, courageous knight. What a picture Zelda paints of him.
She also tells them about Link, of course. But here's where things start to go south.
All right, Zelda. We are alone as you requested. What was it you wanted to discuss with me in private?
You are far too trusting.
Oh my. I'm surprised to hear you say such a thing. That is quite out of character for the Zelda I know. But then you are a puppet of Ganondorf.
Did you really think we hadn't realized your deceit?
that's messed up. He killed the queen and took her stone for himself, and that's where everything goes wrong, as we see with the birth of him becoming the Demon King.
Queen Sonia! Queen Sonia!
Finally, it is mine!
Sonia!
You were too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered? As for her, she is merely the first victim of your arrogance. You tried to control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed.
Ganondorf! Queen Sonia needs you!
Yeah, that's funny though. She used fast travel to get out of there. And so that's when he became known as the Demon King, and he basically turned into Demise, like from Skyward Sword, for intents and purposes. And that's also when I guess, when he first summoned all those monsters that we see in the present day. And the first time he created the Blood Moon, too.
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule with the power I have granted. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
And then here we see how they start to plan how to defeat him.
King Rauru, we just received word that the last free village in the Gerudo Desert has fallen. At this rate, the Demon King's army will overwhelm us.
I understand. Our only hope is for me to defeat the Demon King.
Rauru, the Demon King, he is not someone you can stop by yourself. But you are not alone. You have the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito leaders, as well as Zelda. And of course, you can count on me.
There's something I'd like to show you all.
And I believe this is the room at the back of the Forgotten Temple, where the secret stones were originally hidden away.
Zonai. Sacred stones.
Stand with me. I need all your aid.
We all, gathered here, swear on our lives to serve Rauru, the King of Light.
And so that's where they all became the sages and vowed to help him defeat Ganondorf. As we see here, they're still preparing for that final confrontation.
Sonia.
And we get confirmation that, yes, Sonia has died.
Oh, Zelda.
King Rauru, before you face the Demon King tomorrow, there is something I must tell you. I came I came to this era after finding a man underground.
Go on.
When I witnessed what the Secret Stone did to Ganondorf, at that moment, I knew for sure what we found underground, that was him. He was still alive, still powerful. He continues to live on, all the way until my time. In tomorrow's battle, we won't be able to defeat him. No matter how strong we think we are, he'll survive. And you will.
Maybe so. But it is my duty to try. It was my hubris that set us on this path. I must atone for my error in judgment. And above all else, I remain the King of Hyrule. As with any leader, it is my duty to safeguard and protect my people, even if I must risk my life.
Rauru.
And if it proves impossible for us to defeat Ganondorf, we rely on your knight, and that legendary sword he carries. Our last line of defense will be Link. But remember, that was a future where you never appeared in this world. And you are here now. Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
The reason I am here.
And here's the thing with the timeline, though, is that things start to not make much sense in terms of the entire Zelda timeline itself, because starting with the fact that Sonia died, if she's their descendant, I'm not sure how, if they both die, unless they already had kids that they just didn't talk about in these cutscenes at all, how would she have descended from them? I'm not too sure about that. And also, if they're the first king of Hyrule, if this is the first kingdom of Hyrule, this would be technically after Skyward Sword, and I guess nobody had found the Master Sword at that point, at this point in time. But also, this would be before Ocarina of Time, which before was kind of the first appearance of Ganondorf, and this doesn't really make any sense because in that game, in Ocarina of Time, it was kind of a similar thing as this, where he first kind of became this big evil thing in that story as well, where he was just the Gerudo King at that point before anybody knew he was like true evil. But if this is before that, then that doesn't really make any sense because this would be the first kingdom of Hyrule, which means he was around since the first kingdom of Hyrule, which means he was around way before Ocarina of Time. And, I don't really know how that fits in unless this is just some alternate timeline in general, which it kind of starting to feel like. Oddly enough. Like, I'm not really sure where this kind of goes in the timeline then. Other than the fact that they keep mentioning the Imprisoning War, which is a part of the Zelda timeline that we know for a fact.
Long ago, my people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones capable of amplifying the abilities of those who possessed them. Using the knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Rauru became a great leader. He met a young woman named Sonia, and they would wed. Rauru gifted Sonia one of the secret stones. Together, they sought to establish their kingdom.
I think this is when we first met Minoru in
This is
present
how
day.
the kingdom of Hyrule, with Rauru and Sonia as its first king and queen, came to be. The future looked bright. However, tragedy suddenly struck. A man of great evil emerged from the desert. The leader of the Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her secret stone. Using the secret stone, Ganondorf transformed into the Demon King. He then created swarms of monsters and attacked. Hyrule rose up to face these threats, but the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering. The defenders were on the brink of defeat. Rauru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the war. He entrusted secret stones to warriors with exceptional abilities. They became sages and united in an effort to finally defeat the Demon King. Rauru and the sages outnumbered the Demon King and should have been able to stop him. However, the Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined. I was unable to withstand his strength. Our fight appeared all but lost. And then, Rauru. He committed himself to one final act.
That pride will be your downfall, Ganondorf!
You plan to hold me here? What a clever way to solve your problems. But are you ready to pay the price for this?
Don't be so smug. I know exactly what it will cost me.
Thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye. You only delay the inevitable.
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you. Link. Remember this name.
Link. Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
And that's when he decided to seal him in since they had no other choice. and that's where he stayed for thousands of years. Then following that is when the sword appeared to her as well, after Link had woken up.
I managed to restrain him somehow. But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him. How is the Master Sword? You're telling me that Link is safe? You traveled through time to find me and recover your strength.
Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do. We will finally stop him.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
I'll be forever changed. Link! You must find me.
And that's where she kind of decides to become a dragon after all, since she can't find another way to live long enough to get back to Link or use her power. And she figures keeping the sword with her and using her sacred power would help to heal the sword. But there we did also see that the sword did speak to her again, just like in Breath of the Wild, so hinting again at that sound, with Fi still being in the sword. So I don't know if we're gonna see something else tied to that. If Fi could technically appear again sometime. And here she discusses what she plans to do with Minoru.
You're saying that sword traveled through time the same way you did?
Yes, but more importantly, in my original time, the Demon King was vulnerable to even the smallest piece of this sword.
Even someone like him has vulnerabilities. Then, what exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself, and even grow stronger.
Curious. If we were able to empower it in that way, it could be the key to defeating the Demon King. But it could take centuries for that sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields. I do not see how this can be done. It would be impossible for you to provide it with sacred power for so long.
I can think of one way.
You mean?
Yes, I can do it. I have to.
I've told you. That act is forbidden, for a very good reason. It would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
You won't be able to change back.
The moment I had the sword, I knew what to do. I knew this was why I came to this era. I want to restore the Master Sword and deliver it to Link.
I understand. You really have made up your mind? Very well then. As a Zonai, I bear my share of blame for these events. So I too will devote myself to this goal, and to this hero of yours. For the swordsman Link, I will do everything I can. Even if my body should perish, I will still be with you in spirit.
And we're almost at the end of Zelda's journey here.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? A blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil.
To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Minoru, I'm counting on you. Link, I will restore the Master Sword for you. I will care for it until the time comes. I will pour my sacred power into it. It will be the weapon that defeats the Demon King.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
You must.
that's where she became a dragon, and that's where we get the Tears of the Kingdom that we find and gain all these memories for Link to see. He stayed up there in the sky for all that time until the present day.
Link. Link. The Master Sword. Your sword. She is the key to destroying the Demon King. He defeated her before, but a long slumber will heal these grievous wounds. And when you two next face the Demon King, you will have my strength to help you through her. Link, you are our final hope. I pray this sword reaches you in the future.
And then that's where we, of course, find her flying in the sky, and that's where we pull the sword out of her head in the present day. And here we are now, where I fused it with a Lionel horn. Now we also, of course, have the new Sage's power, along with Minoru. As I'm sure you'll see once they appear. And I do have them all powered up as well. And they do actually match up with our 5 powers here, the colors. Even though they're not corresponding to the sages per se. But it's funny enough how they did that. And here they are, ready to help me out. Or are they standing in that position, like, on purpose? That's kind of cool. So now it's finally time to go back into the castle depths and see if we can beat Ganon once and for all. Now, like I mentioned, I did actually go down there before, so I kind of know my way to the final boss, but I quickly backed out of there because I didn't want to face Ganon without everything here. I only had minimum at the time. But, curious enough, I also didn't, it told me that the Sage's power couldn't reach down there, and they took Minoru away from me, so I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen. Because I'm sure they're gonna take these guys away from me. as I get to the final boss, but I'm not sure if he'll come back at some point. I probably could have teleported to the shrine. But I thought it would have been cooler to walk up to it myself. As we dive into the darkness, and this place is called the Gloom's Approach. Now, where was that entrance? I'll try to run past all these electric lights. Hopefully my companions can help distract the enemies while I sort of make my way through here. Oh gosh, I forgot about the line. Oh. Gotta go this way. Like I said, I went through here before, so I know that they're going to drop these things on me. Although I think I do have to go down there at this point. Trying not to waste any of my weapons on these guys if I don't really have to. I forgot where to go here. Oop. In. See if we can stop this thing the right way. Oh man. Ah, here we go. I think that's the way to go, right? Yeah, looks like it. Break them on heads. Oh snap, you might want to have some equipment here. And where to go? Oh, I can't find my Zant helmet. There it is. It grants us unfreezable. Uh-oh. That's not good. This is the point that I said where power of the sages cannot reach us. So we're all snap. We're on our own now. Oh boy. Might want to waste some of our weaker weapons here. Come on, man. This guy's getting annoying with his electric arrows. Get out of here. Come on, man. Might as well refresh our bow here. And I do have to use this to make it plain because we don't have Tulin's power. Oh snap, where's my shield? Oh, what the heck? No, they did not make me drop my shield. Man, that electric firing Lizalfos was annoying. Okay, we got this. I'm missing a fan. Oh wow, I should have stocked up on items here. Oh well, I'll just use a Zonai. I don't want to get rid of my last fan in case I need it for something. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna try to make it across here. Could probably save just in case. heal up here. Here's the Forgotten Foundation. We're gonna have to fight our way through this a little bit. We do have this Yiga earthquake power as well. So we can mention that. We did some Yiga training earlier on. Could come in handy. These guys are pretty easy. Well, as you can see, as I've said, I've been here before, so I cleared these boulders. And this is where I saw the rest of the cave art here. Where you see kind of the story of the past and the memories that we experienced. Where Zelda turns into a dragon, as depicted there. So that technically was here when Zelda was originally down here with Link. Only they didn't see it because this was all blocked off by big boulders, including this part here. With the sages, that also includes a picture of Zelda. And before we continue further, I'll be back in one moment. Alright, continuing on. We do technically still have the sages summoned, so whenever they can appear to us, they should appear. Also forgot to mention, while I'm on this screen, here is the reward for finishing the light routes. We get this Dispelling Darkness medal. And then also for finding all the wells in the game, we get this All's Well, a little snow globe thing from the lady that was looking for the wells. Pretty cool little items. And I did manage to get all the energy cells, or technically 8 energy cells. I didn't realize that they seem to have doubled them. I don't know if they go any more than double, I would assume not. But I was able to get like a second row of blue batteries on top of the green one. I only got 2 on top of that, so technically I have 10 energy cells. But it seems like you can go fully up to 16 if you get enough of the crystallized charges. Alright, continuing on. And of course we hear the same music that we heard from the beginning of the game. And here's the imprisoning chamber, which I think this is the area where Zelda was with us at the beginning of the game. But yeah, it must be, because we already passed that mural on the wall. Better get the Master Sword out. Here's the Gloom's Lake. They had to throw one more skydive in there for us. I think I did a pretty good job of skipping through some of those parts over there. There were a bunch of parts, including parts where there was a Gloom hand at one point, and I didn't even see that at all, so I think I did pretty good there. Especially with that trick using the recall. I didn't do that originally, and I don't know if I noticed that before, but I was able to, as you saw, use recall with Ascension, but to kind of skip through some of that. Save our weapons for final boss here. And here they have another diving point for us, so wow. This stuff really fell into the depths. Or at least Ganondorf did, I mean. Kind of implies this is where we were in the beginning. And well, here we go. Maybe one last dive here into the deepest depths of Hyrule. That's a very ominous looking tree thing. With our Twilight Mirror paraglider. Oh boy, here we go. Oh gosh. Oh snap, what was that? It's Tolan and everyone. I felt like that was gonna happen. Alright, we have the real champions.
Link, we shall protect Hyrule together.
The Gerudo owe you for your help. You can count on me.
mineral too, of course.
My past failure. It is time to stop the Demon King.
Nice. Alright. Everyone's here. I was about to say, do I have to fight all these guys myself? A little help for you? Oh. I guess not. Well, it's kind of hard to activate their powers. I mean, I try to get their help and then they run away from me. Like this. I can't even find you, no, bro. Wow, they're dropping a lot of arrows from me now. Alright. Want to save the Master Sword. Oh, snap. Oh wait, are they that weak? Or was I just that strong? I mean, I do technically have some ancient blades. Oh, snap. We do also have the rupee armor. Kind of like the one in Twilight Princess. Just in case. Right, come on, uniform. Nice. Unfortunately, Tone's power is not very good for combat. Where'd he go? There she goes running away from me when I'm trying to activate her power. I appreciate them taking the initiative, but... Uh-oh, here come the Gibdos. Riju, your power will come in very handy right now. Her lightning is super effective against Gibdos. And again, so is the rest of the elements. Ah. I wish there was an easier way to activate their powers without having to run up to them. I probably should have made some more Sundai and recovery items. I mean, does Tolan's ability even do anything? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh wow. pretty good job hitting them there. They killed a few of the enemies there, I saw. You're doing a pretty good job.
That gloom, it means but one thing. The Demon King is there, huh?
Oh snap, they brought back the bosses?
More obstacles in our path, but our foe is mistaken if he thinks this will stop us.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Don't worry about us.
I guess they'll distract them from me.
You ready to see the power of a sage?
We'll be fine. We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
It is time, Link. The rest is up to you.
Oh, they even had the construct. They even had the construct from the Spirit Temple, too. Gloom's origin. I guess we'll have to leave them behind. I mean, I do have a bunch of cooking pots, so I think it would be wise to use some of our Sundelions here. I didn't realize I have so little bit of those and so much health increases. Oops. We opened up a kitchen in the middle of Ganondorf's lair. Time to get cooking. Hope we can't make anything else. I might as well heal ourselves a little bit too. And get a little speed boost here. I'll just make some truffles. Oh man, that didn't work. I was hoping to get a full heal with the truffle ability. I guess we can't combine those. Time to go. Oh, no save at this point, huh?
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
I wonder if he's gonna be full power though. Oh snap, there he is. He's been restored, I guess.
Regardless, I will reshape this world as it was meant to be. I will crush any opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do.
There he is, the menace unleashed, the Demon King Ganondorf. With this samurai looking sword too, katana looking thing.
Do not look away. You witness a king's revival. And the birth of his new world.
We go. We're gonna have a sword fight with Ganondorf. That was a cool angle, dude. Oh snap.
I've barely gotten started.
Oh snap. Let's see how he likes ancient blades. Oh, he is using all the gloom weapons. Let the phantom get inside. Here we go. Take this. Gotta get a flurry motion somewhere. Oh snap, we were able to get a headshot. Oh snap. Nice. Take that.
What a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of battle. That feeling as blood surges in my veins. And I am not even nearing the limits of my power.
Oh snap. Master of the Secret Stone, Demon King Ganondorf. What the heck? His health bar kept going. Did you see that?
I'll be taking far more than you're on this time.
My god. Oh snap. Oh snap. The gang's here.
I'll flatten that demon
of Zelda's power. If I can find it. Oh snap, we got another flurry. Wow, Master Sword's doing pretty good.
It's time to finish him off, Link.
Oh, here comes Minoru. Come on, guys. I need some help here. Would help if they were not a mile away from us. Come on, guys.
Here I go!
Uh-oh. Oh snap, no he didn't do a flurry rush on us. Oh snap, my shield's damaged. No, don't kill my shield. I'll use another one for now. I want to lose my Hylian shield. But at the end, I knew that was going to happen too. I was like, watch my Hylian shield. Yeah, like really damaged here. How do you like it? Oh snap, he flurried our flurry? What the heck? He took away our health toning. Oh gosh, I didn't know he could do that. I would have been using my healing items if I had known that. What the heck? He permanently killed one of our health. Come on. Oh snap, he killed my shield. No. I knew I should have stuck with the other one. I almost killed him too.
Stand in my way.
Oh, is he gonna eat it now?
When my
Oh my god, he's gonna copy Zelda.
Cast this world into eternal night.
Oh my god, he's gonna turn into a dark dragon. Oh snap. I think this is Zelda's time to help. Dragon battle, right? You telling me there's gonna be a dragon battle, light versus dark? Man, I can't believe he killed my Hylian shield at the end of the game. I've been using it the whole time. Like the calamity all over again. Draconified Demon King Demon Dragon. Oh my god. Oh snap, here comes Zelda. He came to help us, please. Wow, this is pretty crazy. Everybody turned into a dragon. Looks like we are going to have a dragon fight after all. And we still have our sword. And what the heck are we going to do? The last dragon we fought was Naedra in Breath of the Wild. Oh snap. We're gonna have to jump off, I guess. A little help from Tulin would be nice. And we gotta go for the eyes. What happens if you land on his back? Oh snap. We're losing hearts. I think we should use one of these. Gotta go for the eyeball, right? Take this. Oh, what the heck? Guess not. Maybe the spikes on his back. Okay. Well, the good thing is we're in the light now, so we can get our hearts back. Oh snap. Oh snap. It's going too fast. Zelda, it'll help you. There we go. We took too long because I didn't know. I thought we had to smack him in the face. Like Burr said. I didn't know we had to smack him in the back first. Guess we're supposed to go for the tail first. Wow, I landed a lot farther than I wanted to. Maybe I should have used my gliding on my flight suit. Oh, come on. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Well, luckily she's not gonna let us fall. Yeah, I guess we should have gone for the head. Sort of. Unless she takes us right above him like this, then we should be good to go. Come on. Oh wow, that was easy. Oh snap. I didn't know we could miss her head. Okay, I guess we gotta jump off at the right time. Right now. Or not? That was not a good spot to jump off. Now wait a minute, I did mention my flight suit. Alright, here we go. Now we're in business. where's the... There it is. Alright, let's get him. Uh-oh. Guy's changing. The blood moon. Where'd he go? Oh, now we gotta smack him in the face. Come on. Yeah, it's too bad our Hylian shield died. Let's hit him right here. Final attack. No save. Did we kill him? I guess we did kill him. Whoa. That was a big explosion. Yay, we did it. What's happening now? Are we gonna be able to talk to Zelda? Or can we, like, turn her back or something, maybe, with Raru's power? Oh snap, I think we're gonna use the time power to, like, recall. Recall to reverse her to her previous form. Or special arm, I guess. And we're falling from the sky. What is this, Kingdom Hearts? Oh geez. We don't have any powers either. Dive to Zelda. Hold on, we still have the power of the paraglider. Come on. We have to hold to grab. I'm not gonna let her fall this time. So is this Zelda like 10,000 years old now? So much for the paraglider, they just landed in the water.
Link, how are you? I was...
Oh snap.
We reached you, after all.
What happened to the yellow? In the sword.
He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I... No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. When I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
Yeah, completed. They had to have the mission complete there. So what happens if you don't have the Master Sword? Do they just not let you fight him? Because Purah did say about finding the sword. Technically. Even though I already had this stuff. Or actually no, because you could go down to the depths still and go to the boss. That's kind of weird though. So what would happen if you go down there right away with no Master Sword? Do you then like pull the Master Sword out of her head? I guess like once he turns into a dragon, I'm assuming? Because at that point, if you didn't have the sword and she comes to save you, then he'll take the sword. But what if you don't have enough stamina then? Either. That's another thing, because you need 2 bars of stamina. I wonder if there's any post-credit scene. I forgot if the Breath of the Wild scene was at the post-credit thing. Like when they showed the 5 voice from the sword, or that she mentioned about the voice in the sword. And they never did explain what happened to the divine beasts. At the end, we found that Varuta was malfunctioning or something, and then those divine beasts weren't in this game at all. So, we don't know what happened to them. And the Rito mentioned Valmetto's perch at the top of the cliff. But of course, that thing wasn't there either. You know, kind of weird. And we don't really know what happened to Cass either, the Rito guy with the accordion. I mean, we kind of get hints that he left somewhere. If you did the newspaper side quest with the other Rito guy that helps you out with that, he ends up at Cass's old spot, or like a gazebo that he has in Hyrule Ridge. Well, yeah, overall, it was a pretty cool adventure. They somehow find a way to make it feel like you're playing Breath of the Wild again for the first time, even if you have already. You know, they kind of changed up the overworld in addition to having the sky and the depths too. But yeah, the story-wise, it was pretty cool. But there were some kind of inconsistencies. Like I said, they never mentioned what happened to the Divine Beast. You'd think that they would be using them still. And if something did happen to them, we don't know what. I mean, they said about them malfunctioning, so maybe they broke or something? But they just don't mention that at all in this game. And then Zelda keeps saying about the sword and referring to it as a she. So clearly she was hearing Fi. but we didn't really get any other hints towards that either, other than the sword kind of speaking to her. And of course, the fry sound effects. It was pretty cool, though, Cylon's story, where he got married to Iona, and he became the new Zora King. But what really confuses me is what is the actual timeline for this game, because it doesn't seem to fit with any of the previous timelines, given that Ganondorf was alive and active during the original Kingdom of Hyrule. According to Rauru anyway, he was the first king, which means Ganondorf was there from the beginning of Hyrule, which doesn't make any sense because that would mean that Calamity was around from the beginning. The first time that Ganondorf ever appeared, and the first time that we know he appeared was in Ocarina of Time, which he clearly was not Calamity at that point. I do wonder if there's any side quests that I missed, though. I'm not sure if I found all of the Sign guys, but I felt like I did all the side quests that I could find in all the villages and everything. I definitely completed all the side quests that I had available to me. It just is kind of really interesting to think about what this ending would look like when you don't have any of the sages, because you could definitely go down there. Before that, I definitely went down there, and I almost went to the boss, but then I backed out of it because I didn't want to do all that without any of these story missions completed. Oh, they're playing that weird backwards music again. Like, it really seems like this Ganondorf is a completely different Ganondorf than the one that we know. Unless he just, unless technically he just reincarnates at some point. The way they handled the Master Sword was pretty cool, though. I didn't expect it to be in the middle of the sky on the head of a flying dragon that turns out to be Zelda. Oh snap, is this a new scene? Oh, Minoru. And the sages too. Oh, with Purah too.
I can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky. Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
I didn't expect everyone to be here.
Everyone. I am glad I was able to bring you all here. I wanted to share this view of Hyrule with all of you.
Whoa. I've never been this far up before, Goro.
Wow, what a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Yes, although I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled their abilities through you, Link.
I see.
Well, she was the last of the Zonai. That we know of.
Now it seems it is my time.
Minoru!
Do not worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Raru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Those of us gathered here swear on our lives to support Princess Zelda and... Oh. To support Princess Zelda and safeguard the land of Hyrule.
Raru and Sonia will be happy to hear of this.
But Minoru...
And I'll let them know just how much you care.
King Rauru, Queen Sonia, Minoru, the ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to that goal. Now, and for all time. My friends, with all of your strength, stand with me.
Wow. I thought there might be a post-credit scene, but I didn't think it was going to be that long. I guess they are able to go in the sky using the fast travel, just like we saw her do in the past. They're actually able to use that ability. But it looks like that's it for Tears of the Kingdom. We do have a autosave here with clear data. I think so, at least. It has the star, just like Breath of the Wild. Okay, yeah, they started you at the beginning of the depths, so you can leave that area. Wow, Demon King Ganondorf's profile been added as well. That's kind of cool. We have a whole page for him now. Menace Unleashed, an evil man who lived long ago in the era of Hyrule's founding. His legend claims that this Gerudo man fed his bottomless ambition with great power and became king of demons. He was imprisoned beneath Hyrule Castle for ages, but the magic holding him weakened when the castle was damaged during the calamity a century ago. Oh, snap. And his power steadily been growing since. Now he has revived as a threat beyond knowledge of any. So the 100 years ago calamity actually freed him, according to that? It's kind of weird. Alright. I think that does it for Tears of the Kingdom. I guess one more thing is to see if they also have Master Mode. I'm assuming so, because we only saw silver enemies here, and Master Mode is where the gold enemies will appear. It'll be interesting to see what the gold enemy horns look like, especially in this game, given that they have new horns and they have these new horns specific to each form and everything. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe there is no Master Mode. I think a Master Mode was DLC in the last game. So I guess there is no Master Mode, at least not yet, unless they have DLC for this. But I think that'll do it. So let me know if you enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom as well, if you played the game yourself, or if you just enjoyed the story, and what you think about the implications of the greater Zelda timeline and where this kind of fits into that. It would seem to me that this is its own timeline for some reason. And then how does Age of Calamity fit into that, if at all? I know that doesn't necessarily need to be canon, but that would also be technically another timeline as well, because obviously the future was changed there, where they defeated Ganon in the Calamity 100 years ago. But until next time, I've been Phantom King, and I'd like to thank you all for watching.